Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Sleepy Tales. Before the story begins, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Now, get cozy and close your eyes. It's strange how certain places can haunt you long before you even step foot in them. I'd always had a fascination with old forts and military history. Something about the quiet echoes of battles long gone, the stillness of empty stone corridors that once rang with commands and cannon fire. So in the fall of 2003, when I found myself passing through upstate New York, I decided to visit Fort Niagara, not knowing that something would follow me from that visit, something I've never truly been able to explain. It was mid-October. The trees were turning, shades of rust and gold flickering in the gray light of an overcast afternoon. I remember how crisp the air felt when I stepped out of the car, parked just outside the visitors center. Fort Niagara, standing since the 1700s, perched right on the edge of Lake Ontario, felt ancient and cold, as though the air itself had been frozen by the centuries. I wasn't alone. There were other tourists, of course. A few families with kids, a couple of older folks with cameras. But even with people nearby, there was something deeply unsettling about the silence that hovered between the stone walls. It felt heavy, like the place didn't just hold history. It held memories that didn't want to be forgotten. I walked through the French castle first, the oldest building on site. The wooden floors creaked underfoot, and the smell of old stone and damp timber filled my lungs. I stopped at a narrow window slit and looked out at the lake. That's when I first felt it. A sudden drop in temperature, like a cold breath brushing the back of my neck. I turned around quickly. No one was there. I laughed a little, nervously, probably just the wind, or my imagination running wild in a place that begged for ghost stories. I'd heard the legends, a phantom soldier, sightings of shadowy figures near the South Redoubt, strange footsteps when no one's around. But I wasn't there for the supernatural. I just liked history, or so I thought. I continued exploring, making my way toward the old powder magazine. It was a squat, rounded structure partially sunken into the ground, with thick stone walls and a low doorway. As I ducked inside, the air grew noticeably colder, almost damp. The light from outside barely reached into the room, and the air smelled of earth and mildew. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Boots on stone. I froze, thinking someone else had entered behind me. But when I turned, the doorway was empty. I waited. Listened. Nothing. Then, another footstep. But this time, closer, inside the room. My chest tightened. I stepped back, feeling my shoulder brush against the rough wall. The hairs on my arms stood up, goosebumps rising beneath my jacket. And then, from the far corner of the room, I saw him. A figure, dressed in what looked like a faded military coat, shoulders square, head tilted forward slightly, like he was deep in thought. His face was pale, almost gray, eyes dark and sunken. He didn't look at me, not at first. He just stood there, motionless. I couldn't move. I wanted to speak, to ask who he was, but my mouth wouldn't open. It was like the air itself had thickened, pressing in around me. Then, without a sound, he turned, slowly, until he was facing me. And in that moment, I saw something in his eyes. Not anger, not fear, but sorrow. Deep, aching sorrow that clung to him like a shadow. I blinked, and he was gone. I stumbled out of the magazine, heart pounding in my chest. The light outside felt blinding after the darkness inside. I leaned against the stone wall, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Maybe it was a reenactor playing a trick. Maybe my mind was playing games with me. That's what I told myself. Until I went to the South Redoubt. I hadn't planned to. Honestly, after that encounter, I should have just left. But something compelled me to keep walking, like I was being pulled. The South Redoubt was quieter than the rest of the fort. The path leading there was uneven, covered in wet leaves, and the walls were weathered with time. I hesitated at the entrance. The doorway yawned open like a mouth, dark and waiting. I stepped inside and immediately felt the atmosphere change. It was darker here, heavier, and once again, I wasn't alone. I heard breathing, not mine, shallow, ragged, coming from the corner of the room. I turned slowly, heart hammering in my ears. And there he was again, the same soldier. Only this time, he was closer. His head lifted slightly, and our eyes locked. He opened his mouth, and I heard a whisper, a name, my name, spoken in a rasping voice that sounded like it hadn't been used in centuries. I ran. I don't remember getting back to my car. I barely remember the drive out of the park. All I know is I didn't sleep that night. And for weeks after, I kept hearing that whisper in my dreams. And sometimes, even when I was wide awake. But the story doesn't end there, because something followed me home. After I left Fort Niagara that evening, I tried to convince myself it was just nerves, a trick of the light, a product of of suggestion. I even told a couple of friends, half jokingly, about the ghost soldier I'd seen. They laughed, of course, said I must have fallen asleep in the car and dreamt it, that I was just spooked because I wanted to be. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. It wasn't just the image of that soldier that haunted me. It was the way he said my name, like he knew me, like he'd been waiting. For the next few nights, I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, pale, sorrowful, those deep eyes staring into mine, and the voice, that dry, whispered rasp, echoing my name again and again. I started leaving the TV on at night. The light, the sound. It helped for a little while, but then things started happening at home. I lived alone back then. Small apartment just outside Buffalo, not far from Elmwood. Quiet neighborhood, nothing unusual. But within days of my visit to the fort, something shifted. It began with the smell, that damp, earthy, old stone smell I remembered from inside the powder magazine. I started catching whiffs of it in my hallway, then in the kitchen, once even in my bedroom. At first, I thought maybe I'd tracked something in, wet leaves or mold on my boots. But then I started hearing it again. Footsteps, soft, deliberate, on hardwood floors I knew weren't creaky. They would always come at night, just after midnight. I'd be lying in bed, lights off, trying to sleep, and I'd hear slow, steady steps walking across the living room floor. And every time I got up to check, nothing. The windows were locked, door bolted, no one outside. And yet, I wasn't alone. One night, maybe 3 weeks after the visit, I was brushing my teeth. Door to the hallway cracked open just a bit. I heard the footsteps again, clear as day. But this time, they didn't stop at the living room. They came down the hallway, closer and closer. I held my breath, toothbrush still in hand, the foam drying in the corners of my mouth. Then, the floor outside the bathroom creaked. I stepped out quickly, trying to catch whoever, or whatever, was there. But the hallway was empty, completely still. Except the smell was there again, stronger now, damp, old stone, and something else, something metallic. Blood? I turned on every light in the apartment that night, sat on the couch until sunrise, with a baseball bat across my lap, like an idiot. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was stress, or maybe I'd gotten sick and didn't know it, that sometimes the mind plays tricks, especially when you're alone. But then came the mirror. That's when I knew. Whatever followed me home from Fort Niagara, it wasn't just haunting my nights. It wanted more. It was a Thursday, I think, late November. The weather had turned cold. Snow dusted the windows, and my breath fogged the mirror as I stepped out of the shower. I reached for a towel, wiped away the condensation from the glass, and saw someone standing behind me, just over my shoulder. He was close, too close. I spun around, heart in my throat, but the bathroom was empty. I turned back to the mirror. Nothing there. But that face, that pale, sunken face, it was still burned into my mind. I started keeping the lights on again, sleeping in short bursts. I was exhausted, mentally and physically. I stopped telling people about it. No one believed me anyway. And deep down, I wasn't even sure I believed myself. But things were getting worse, more frequent, more intense. I'd wake up to the sound of my name being whispered right into my ear, like someone was kneeling by the bed. One night, I woke up with the distinct sensation of someone sitting on my chest. Not sleep paralysis. I could move, I could thrash and scream. But the pressure was there, cold, heavy, suffocating. Then I saw the marks. Long, thin scratches down the hallway wall. 3 of them, like fingernails dragged across the paint. I lived alone. No pets. No one else had keys. That was the night I decided to go back to Fort Niagara. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I faced it again, it would stop. Maybe some part of me needed answers, or closure, or maybe I was already in too deep. So I went back. Early December. The fort wasn't technically open to tourists then, but the grounds were still accessible. Snow blanketed the grass. The lake was a sheet of gray, frozen in motion. I parked in the same spot, walked the same path. The place felt different. Still empty, but almost like it was waiting for me. I went back to the French castle first. The door was locked, but I stood outside for a long time, just staring, trying to see or hear anything. Then I walked toward the powder magazine. The door creaked open easily, too easily. The cold inside was like a slap to the face. I stepped in, heart pounding, and whispered, "I know you're here." Silence. And then, from the corner, that same figure, same coat, same face. Only this time, he moved. He stepped toward me, and I didn't move. Couldn't. He raised one arm slowly and pointed behind me. I turned and saw the South Redoubt in the distance, waiting. The wind had picked up by the time I reached the south redoubt. Snow danced in the air like ashes, the kind of soft, swirling flakes that fall in dead silence. Everything around me felt muted, like the world had been wrapped in cotton. And still, I could feel it, that pressure, that presence, standing just at the edge of my awareness, never fully seen, never fully gone. The south redoubt loomed ahead, its weathered stone nearly blending into the gray sky. I stood outside it for a long time, just staring, remembering the last time I'd walked through that doorway. I hadn't planned to go back inside, but I couldn't stop myself. The door groaned open on rusted hinges. The air that met me was sharp, so cold it burned. And yet, as I stepped inside, I felt a strange warmth in my chest, like something behind my ribs recognized this place, like something had been waiting for me to return. I took a few slow steps inside. My boots crunched softly against the stone floor. The light was dim, just the faint winter glow slipping through the slit windows. And then I heard it again, breathing, that ragged, shallow, labored sound, like lungs filled with water. My heart thudded once, twice, and then everything inside me went still. He was there, standing in the same spot, the same coat, that same haunted look on his face. Only this time, he wasn't just watching. He was crying. Tears, real, shimmering tears, slid down his cheeks, slowly, silently. He reached one trembling hand toward me, palm up, like he was pleading. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to run, to scream, to collapse into myself. But I also wanted to understand. Why me? Why was I seeing this? What did he want? So I did something I still can't believe. I stepped closer. One slow, deliberate step, then another. The closer I got, the more the world seemed to fade. The sound of wind outside, the ache in my fingers from the cold, all of it dissolved. It was just me and him. He opened his mouth, and for a moment, I thought he was going to scream. But instead, he whispered a name. Not mine, this time. Matthew. I blinked. Who? I said, my voice cracking. He just stared at me, eyes shimmering with something I couldn't name. And then, a flash. The room twisted, folded. Darkness swallowed the walls, the windows, everything. And suddenly, I wasn't in the South Redoubt anymore. I was in a forest, dense trees, muddy ground, the smell of gunpowder and blood thick in the air. Shouts in the distance, men yelling, muskets firing, the unmistakable crash of violence. I could feel the panic, the fear, and then I saw him, the soldier, but younger now, whole, alive. He was running, dragging another man behind him, wounded, barely conscious, blood soaking his uniform. They stumbled through the trees, breathing hard. The younger man looked over his shoulder, eyes wild with terror. And then a shot rang out. He dropped to the ground. I felt it like it hit me, that moment. A searing pain. Then nothing. Silence. Darkness. And then I was back. Back in the redoubt. Back in the cold. The soldier was gone. But the echo of that name, Matthew, still rang in my ears. I stumbled out into the snow, dazed, barely able to walk. My knees felt weak. My hands were shaking. What had I just seen? A memory? A vision? Was that his death? And was I supposed to understand something from it? The drive home was a blur. The radio was off. I didn't want music. I didn't want sound. All I could think about was that name, that scene in the woods, and how real it all felt. That night, I couldn't sleep. Not from fear, but because I couldn't stop thinking. So I started researching. I dug into records about the War of 1812, read every article, every archived letter, every mention I could find about Fort Niagara and the battles near it. And eventually, I found something. A report. Faded. Scanned from a handwritten account. It mentioned a skirmish just west of the fort, in a thick stretch of forest, sometime in the winter of 1813. 2 soldiers were listed as missing. One named Thomas Keene. The other, Matthew Rayner. Both presumed dead. There were no details, no bodies recovered. Just gone. But something about those names sparked something in me, especially Thomas. Keene. I don't know why, but I felt it deep in my bones. I knew him. I felt like I'd carried his sorrow, his death, his unfinished story. And that meant he wasn't done. Not yet. I didn't leave my apartment for 2 days after that. I kept rereading that scanned report over and over, trying to make sense of why those 2 names, Thomas Keene and Matthew Rayner, struck something so deeply inside me. They weren't just names anymore. They felt personal, and I couldn't explain why. That feeling, like I was remembering something that wasn't mine, it kept pulling at me. I tried to rationalize it, that maybe my brain had latched onto this whole thing, made connections that weren't there. But that night, I had another dream. Only this time, it didn't feel like a dream. I was in the woods again, that same muddy battlefield. But I wasn't watching anymore. I was there, holding a musket, wearing a uniform, my breath coming out in ragged gasps as I crouched behind a fallen tree. And next to me, him, Thomas. He was bleeding from the side, but still holding his weapon, still pushing forward. He looked at me, not the ghost, me, and said, "We're not going to make it back, are we?" I didn't answer, because somehow I already knew the answer. Then the sound of hoofbeats, British cavalry, close, too close, and the dream ended the way the last one had, with a shot, with pain, with silence. I woke up, gasping. My shirt was soaked in sweat. My fingers were clenched so tightly around the blanket that the skin had gone pale. I knew what was happening, or at least, I thought I did. This wasn't just some haunting. It wasn't just a ghost attached to a place, or to me. It felt deeper than that, like somehow my soul had brushed against something ancient, familiar, something unfinished. I spent the rest of the night researching. Not the fort this time, but something I'd never really believed in before. Past lives. I know how that sounds. I really do. But when you've seen what I've seen, felt what I've felt, belief becomes a fragile, shifting thing. There were stories online, people who remembered lives that weren't theirs, dreams that bled into reality, memories sparked by objects or places. And that's when it hit me. What if I wasn't just being haunted? What if I was remembering myself? I went back to the fort a third time. By then, the snow was thick and packed, and the wind off Lake Ontario cut like broken glass. The sky was a dull sheet of pewter, the kind of sky that feels like it's pressing down on you. But I didn't hesitate. I knew where I had to go. The forest beyond the southern wall, the place I'd seen in my dreams. There's no official trail there, just rough ground and overgrown trees. But I remembered the path. Somehow, my feet found it on their own. Branches scratched at my coat. Snow crunched underfoot. And then I found it. A small clearing, half hidden under a collapsed tree and years of decay. I stood there for a long time, not saying a word, just listening. And slowly, the sound returned. Gunfire, shouts, the metallic clatter of weapons, faint, like echoes from another world. And then, a presence. He was there, standing just inside the tree line. But this time, he didn't look like a ghost. He looked like a man, wounded, exhausted, but alive. He stepped forward, just one step, and our eyes met. And in that moment, I knew. It was me, not just a soldier I had seen in some vision, not just a spirit reaching out. It was me. Another life, another time, another death. I felt the weight of it all hit me at once. The fear, the loss, the pain, and the guilt. So much guilt. And then something even stranger happened. He smiled, not with joy, but with relief, like he'd been waiting all this time for me to remember, to come back. And then he was gone, just gone. No flash, no fade, just a quiet, empty clearing covered in snow. I fell to my knees right there in the woods, crying, shaking, not from fear, but from release. It was over. Whatever had bound him, whatever had bound us, it had lifted. And for the first time in weeks, I felt peace. Not total, not complete, but enough. I didn't tell anyone what happened in that clearing. Not at first. How could I? How do you explain to someone that you met your own ghost, that you looked into the eyes of a version of yourself from more than 200 years ago and felt him recognize you? I stayed away from Fort Niagara after that, not because I was afraid, but because it felt like the chapter had closed, like whatever thread had connected me to that place had gently, finally unraveled. But the peace didn't last. A few weeks passed. Then, one night, I woke up to the sound of boots, not footsteps, boots. Heavy, deliberate, echoing through my apartment. I sat up slowly, heart already pounding. My bedroom was dark, blacker than it should have been. Even the faint glow of street lights outside had vanished. And then I saw it. A silhouette, tall, still, standing in the hallway, just outside my room. I couldn't see his face, but I didn't need to. I knew. It wasn't Thomas. It wasn't me. It was someone else. Someone angry. I tried to speak, to move, but my body wouldn't respond. Like something was holding me still. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. He stepped forward, each step slow, deliberate, the sound of leather on wood echoing louder and louder. And then he stopped, just at the edge of my doorway. I could feel the cold radiating off him, like a wind that had traveled across time. He raised one hand and pointed at me, not a gesture of blame, but a warning. And then everything vanished. Lights back on, room normal, my lungs finally pulling in breath. I thought it was a nightmare, a hallucination. But when I stood and turned on the hallway light, I saw them, wet footprints, leading from the front door to the edge of my bedroom. I dropped to my knees, touched one with my fingertips. Real, soaking into the floorboards. The next day, I started digging again. This time, not just into Fort Niagara, but the other side of the war. The British officers stationed at the fort during the occupation, the ones who might have had cause for vengeance or unfinished business. And eventually, I found him. Captain Isaac Thornley, a name barely mentioned in any of the major historical records. But in one obscure local memoir, his name appeared in a single sentence. Captain Thornley was found dead in the upper quarters of Fort Niagara, a pistol in one hand and a letter in the other. His death marked the end of the British command at the post. There was no further detail, no letter transcribed, no explanation, just that eerie note of finality. The upper quarters. That was the North Redoubt, the part of the fort I had never entered. Not once. Until now. I knew I was crossing a line. I knew I should leave it alone. But something deep inside whispered that I needed to see it. So I went back. It was early spring by then. The snow had melted, revealing the old stone pathways around the fort. Tourists had begun to return. Families, history buffs, couples snapping photos under the old flagpole. But I walked right past them, straight to the North Redoubt. It was locked, of course. That section was still closed to the public. But I'd already contacted a preservation guide weeks earlier, asking about the structure, claiming I was doing research for a book. They agreed to let me in. The inside of the redoubt was narrow and steep, wooden stairs creaking underfoot, the scent of old stone and rotting wood thick in the air. I followed the guide up to the upper floor, a small, dim room with an old desk, a rusted cot, and a single, shattered window that looked out toward the river. This was likely the officers' quarters, the guide said. Some say it's haunted, but you know how stories go. I nodded, trying not to show how hard my hands were shaking. I moved toward the window. The glass was warped and dusty, but I could still see the water beyond, a churning stretch of gray that had watched centuries pass. That's when the air shifted. It dropped fast. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. The guide must have felt it too. He stepped back toward the stairs. "Take your time," he said, almost in a whisper. "I'll be downstairs." And just like that, I was alone. Then, that same sound. Boots, but not moving, standing behind me. I turned slowly, and there he was, Captain Thornley, full uniform, impeccably kept, but his face twisted, like something had etched sorrow and rage into his very bones. He didn't speak. He just walked forward until he stood barely a foot away. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He leaned in and whispered something. One word, something I couldn't understand. Not then, but it burned in my mind like a brand. And then, just like that, he was gone, vanished into the thin, dust-filled air. I dropped to the floor, the name Thornley still echoing inside my head, and that single, chilling word I couldn't make sense of. Not yet. That word haunted me for days. I couldn't pronounce it exactly. It had sounded foreign, clipped, like an old dialect, or a name, maybe even a place. I tried phonetically writing it down. Bradawin. That's what it sounded like. But no matter how I searched, maps, names, war records, I couldn't find anything that matched. And still, it echoed in my mind. Bradawin, Bradawin, like a whisper riding the wind. I didn't sleep much after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Captain Thornley's face again. That mixture of torment and command. A man who'd once led others into battle, now trapped in some eternal purgatory. But there was something else. A memory. Not mine. And yet, mine. It started as a flicker. A candle burning low in a small wooden chapel. The smell of wet wool and gunpowder. I could hear quiet prayers muttered in a thick accent. British, but not proper. Rural. Then the chapel was gone, and I was in a trench. Mud up to my knees, hands trembling, even as they gripped a musket. Voices above, shouting, "Hold! Hold the line!" The man next to me turned his head. It was Thornley, but younger. And he looked at me, not with anger this time, but with desperation. "They've broken through," he said. And then cannon fire, screams, and darkness. I woke up gasping again. This was more than a haunting, more than a past life bleeding through. This was something shared, a memory we both held, a moment we both died in. I needed to go deeper, needed to understand what had happened at Fort Niagara, not just the official story, but the buried one. I called the Historical Society again, asked if there were any unpublished records, letters, journals, personal accounts from British officers stationed there during the final years of the war. They hesitated, then said yes. There was something. One private journal, badly water damaged, found behind a loose stone in the North Redoubt wall during renovations in the 1980s. It had never been made public due to its condition, but they had scans. They emailed them to me the next day. The writing was faint, faded, most of it illegible, but there was a name, Isaac Thornley. His handwriting, sharp, meticulous, and in one entry, dated December 1813, I found it. The soldiers speak of shadows in the trees, of voices calling from the river. One claimed he saw the ghost of a man he'd shot the week prior, standing upright, hand outstretched, whispering a name, Bredewin. I've never heard it before, yet I wake with it in my mouth every night. It is as though something beyond this world watches us. I fear we are not alone in this place, and that we have trespassed upon ground far older than any fort or flag. My blood turned cold. He'd heard it, too. That word, that name, had haunted him just as it haunted me now. But what was it? A person? A place? Something else entirely? The more I read, the more I saw his descent. The final entries were near madness, drawings of symbols, maps of tunnels beneath the fort that no longer exist. He spoke of a gate hidden beneath the chapel that should never be opened. A gate. That word chilled me to my core. I returned to the fort one last time. It was late in the evening, just before closing. I told the staff I was looking to photograph the oldest parts of the site for a project. They let me in, gave me about 45 minutes. I didn't waste them. I went straight to the ruins near the original powder magazine. I'd read that part of the old chapel was buried nearby, long since collapsed and swallowed by earth and time. I found the stones, moss-covered, cracked, but unmistakably architectural, part of a foundation. And near the edge of those stones, a sinkhole, small, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. I crouched beside it, shined my flashlight down. There was a chamber beneath, carved stone walls, arched. I could see the top of a rusted ladder descending into blackness. I hesitated only for a moment. Then I climbed down. The air was thick and still. The light from my flashlight wavered, the beam flickering against cold stone. The tunnel was narrow, claustrophobic, and on the walls, carvings not English, not anything I recognized. Symbols, shapes, crude figures with hollow eyes and arms raised to a starless sky. My breath caught in my throat, and then a sound, a whisper, just behind me. Bredewin. I turned, fast, but there was no one there. Still, I knew I wasn't alone. I walked deeper into the tunnel. Every step felt like it was pulling me further from the world above. And then I saw it. A door, not made of wood or iron, but of stone, sealed, imposing, and in its center, that symbol I'd seen in Thornley's journal. A gate. I raised my hand to it, pressed my palm against the cold surface, and I felt something stir behind it. Something old, waiting. Just as I was about to pull my hand back, the stone beneath me trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling. The door began to hum. Not a sound I could hear, but something in my bones. Then, a voice. Not Thornley's, not mine, but ancient. And it said, "You remember." Those words didn't just echo in my ears. They pulsed through me, like my blood had suddenly carried something older than memory itself. I jerked my hand back from the stone, stumbling a few steps. The tremor in the floor stopped as quickly as it had started. The silence afterward was suffocating. No wind, no dripping water, no movement. It was as if time itself had paused to see what I would do next. My flashlight flickered again, dimming for just a moment, and when it brightened, I saw him, standing beside the door. Captain Thornley. His uniform wasn't dusty anymore. It looked whole, fresh, as if he'd stepped through from another year entirely. But his face, it was hollow. Not in a literal sense. His features were still there, but there was a kind of emptiness behind his eyes. Not evil, not lost, but drained. Like whatever made him human had long since eroded away. He raised one hand slowly, not to threaten me, not even to beckon, but to warn. Then he mouthed the word again. Bredewin. Only this time, I understood. I don't know how. Maybe it was the energy of that place. Maybe it was some buried knowledge from another life. But I suddenly knew what he meant. Bredewin wasn't a name, or a person, or even a place. It was a prison, a holding space beneath the layers of time, where broken souls were locked away, not by chains, but by memory. And every so often, one of them would reach out, to feed, to trade places. And that door, that stone gate, was never meant to be opened. It was a seal, one of many, maybe, hidden across the world. But this one, beneath Fort Niagara, had cracked, just slightly, enough for the memories to leak through, enough for Thornley to escape, and for me to remember. Because I wasn't just a curious visitor, not some random man pulled into a ghost story. I was part of it, had always been. I dropped to my knees, my flashlight clattering beside me, casting long, stretched shadows across the floor. My head felt heavy, my thoughts drowning in a flood of images I didn't recognize, but somehow knew. Battles, cold winters, a woman with dark hair and tear-streaked cheeks, clutching a blood-stained letter, and the fort, always the fort, standing above the river like a sentinel between worlds. I whispered, "What do you want from me?" And that voice, that ancient voice, answered again. You came back. There was no accusation in it, no rage, just certainty. You left him behind. A rush of wind slammed through the tunnel, though there was no opening, no air. It blew out my flashlight, plunging me into a darkness deeper than anything I'd ever felt. And in that void, something moved. Not a ghost, not Thornley, something else. It circled me. I could feel it, heat and cold at once, like fire dipped in ice. And then, a whisper in my ear. Would you trade? I didn't understand the question at first, but then I saw Thornley again, still beside the door, but this time, flickering, like a candle burning low. He stepped closer to me, and I felt it, a pull from deep inside me, like something had been waiting, dormant, and was finally waking up. Because it wasn't about releasing Thornley. It was about replacing him. The prison wasn't just his. It was mine, too. I had been part of what happened in 1813. I'd helped build the seal, helped hide what we couldn't destroy. And in doing so, I had condemned myself. I staggered backward, heart racing, sweat pouring down my back despite the cold. No, I whispered. No, I'm not ready. But the stone beneath my feet began to glow, just faintly. A circle of symbols pulsing with that same terrible hum. The seal recognizing me, recognizing its keeper. And the voice, not in my ears now, but in my chest, said, "You never left." I screamed, the kind of scream that tears the air around it. I scrambled back toward the ladder, nearly slipping, nearly falling, the tunnel seeming longer than before, the walls closer, the darkness thicker. But I made it. Burst out of the sinkhole, gasping, covered in dust and earth and something colder than soil. The sky had gone gray, storm clouds gathering fast. The fort felt different, as if it had aged 50 years while I was down there. I didn't look back. I ran, all the way to my car, past confused tourists and staff, past the river that seemed to churn with more violence than before. I drove for hours, didn't stop until I reached a motel on the edge of Buffalo, where I locked the door and sat on the floor until sunrise. But I didn't sleep. Couldn't, because I knew something had followed me. And that night, just after midnight, I heard the boots again. Not just one pair this time, several, pacing outside my room. Then, the knock. 3 slow taps, like the past had come to collect its debt. The knock didn't come again. Just those 3 slow, deliberate taps. Then silence. I sat there, frozen. The dim glow of the motel's street lamp cutting a sliver of light beneath the door. Nothing moved. No footsteps walking away. No voices. Just stillness. And then the air shifted. It was like a vacuum. The room suddenly lighter, emptier, yet watching. I stayed there until the sun rose, until the warmth of morning felt real enough to move again. And even then, I opened the door like I was disarming a bomb. The hallway was empty. No marks on the door. No sign that anyone had been there, except for the smell, like damp stone and ashes. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't been home since. I bounce between hotels and Airbnbs, never sleeping in the same bed twice. I leave no trail, pay in cash when I can, and keep the lights on, always. But the memories are getting stronger. Not mine, not entirely, but they live in me now. I close my eyes, and I see gunfire across the river. British uniforms stained in mud. A man screaming in French, his voice echoing as musket balls shred through the fog. And always, always that whisper of stone beneath the earth. The seal is calling, not just to me, to others. It's like I opened a door in myself, and now every place I go that something peers through, I catch it in reflections, hear it in elevator shafts. Sometimes I'll be walking down a street and suddenly feel water soaking into my boots, even though the pavement is dry. That's how it starts, that cold wetness. Then comes the sound of boots, and then the voice. Braedewin. I looked deeper into that word. I couldn't stop myself. Everywhere I searched, I found nothing, until I stumbled across an obscure article written in 1908 by a folklore researcher in upstate New York. It mentioned the name briefly, Breadwin, spelled in the old Saxon tongue. An ancestral threshold, it said, a liminal realm beneath sacred land where the dead could be held, not freed, not destroyed, but suspended. An oubliette for lost time, it called it. A place where the guilt-ridden dead could relive the moment they'd broken the world, over and over again. It wasn't just the war that cursed Thornley. It was the secret they tried to hide. And somehow, I had helped seal it. Whether as a soldier, a priest, a keeper, I didn't know. But I knew I had been there. I remembered now. The ritual beneath the chapel, the blood drawn on stone, the prayer in a language none of us spoke, but all of us knew. I remembered the screams as the gate closed, the others begging to stop. One man, a friend, holding my arm, tears in his eyes, asking, "Are we still men if we do this?" And me, telling him it had to be done, that the world above was not ready, that what lay beneath, what had answered us, was too dangerous to name. We locked it away, and in doing so, we bound ourselves to it. I don't think Thornley is the only one walking now. I've started noticing others, strangers who don't blink when the lights flicker, who don't react when thunder cracks overhead. One man I saw in a diner just yesterday was dressed in modern clothes, but his eyes were British redcoat gray. He looked at me, and for a moment, just a breath, his reflection in the glass behind him wore a uniform that hadn't been worn in 200 years. Then he turned and left, didn't pay, didn't speak, just vanished into the rain. That's another thing. It's always raining now. Every town I go to, drizzle, mist, storms, like something's bleeding through, like the world is starting to remember. And maybe, just maybe, the seal is beginning to crack, not just in Fort Niagara, everywhere. I keep thinking about the symbols, the way they glowed under my hand, the way the stone recognized me. It didn't need my permission. It only needed my presence, because I was the last piece, the last keeper. And now I've broken the cycle. I left. I walked away from the gate. And maybe that's why it followed. Because the prison can't hold itself together without its final key. Me. I've started having dreams again. Not the fleeting kind. Not nightmares either. These feel like memories, but they don't belong to me. In one of them, I'm standing on a battlefield, not in the thick of combat, but just beyond it, watching from the shadows. There's smoke curling from broken cannons, corpses littered across the frozen ground. And above me, the outline of the fort looms against the ash-colored sky. I look down and see my own hands, but they're gloved in leather, my knuckles bloodied, my coat soaked in something dark and frozen stiff. And on my chest, pinned beneath a tarnished silver chain, a medallion. The same one I saw carved into the stone door in the tunnel. I woke from that dream, choking, the taste of iron in my mouth. There were handprints on the inside of my motel window. From the inside, small, childlike, but clawed. I've stopped sleeping altogether, unless exhaustion drags me under. And even then, they find me. Sometimes I hear Thornley's voice. Sometimes it's the others, the men who helped seal that place with me. Sometimes it's the thing behind the door. I don't know how to describe it. It never speaks in full words. It doesn't have a face or a form, not in the way we understand, but it communicates through feeling. And when it speaks, the room gets tight. The walls press inward. The shadows stretch too long, and the lights dim, even if there's no power disruption. It tells me I have to go back, that the seal isn't holding, that if I don't return to Fort Niagara, something else will come through, something even Thornley can't stop. But I'm not stupid. I know it wants me there. I know the gate needs its key, not just for balance, but to open. I've been researching other places, other forts, other sacred grounds that predate the colonies, places where time seems wrong. And I'm seeing a pattern. Every place where something awful clings to the land, there's a name buried in the records, sometimes scratched into ledgers, sometimes in the margins of old letters, and once carved beneath a floorboard in a condemned church in Albany. Bryadewen. I found a map. Old, torn, faded with time, buried in an archive no one had touched in decades. It showed Fort Niagara, but beneath it, a series of concentric lines, like a labyrinth carved into bedrock, and at the center, the mark, that medallion, that same strange symbol, part sun, part eye, part something not quite human. I think Fort Niagara wasn't just a military outpost. I think it was built on purpose, over something, a capstone. And I think we were the ones who put it there, to bury what we couldn't destroy. And now the cracks are spreading. I got a call last night. blocked number, no caller ID. When I answered, there was nothing but static. And then, just as I was about to hang up, a whisper. Not in English, something older, but I understood it anyway. Gatekeeper. I dropped the phone. It started ringing again 5 minutes later. Same number. Same static. I didn't answer, but I left that motel in the middle of the night. Drove for hours. Now I'm parked at a rest stop just outside of Rochester. It's raining again. Harder now. My windows are fogged from the inside, but every so often I see movement in the headlights of the trucks that pass through. One man stopped beside my car earlier, just stood there in the downpour, staring at my side mirror. He didn't knock, didn't say a word. But when he finally walked away, he left something on my windshield. A folded piece of parchment. Not paper, parchment. Inside, a hand-drawn image of the stone door, the seal, and the words, "We are all still below." I think I'm being warned, or summoned, or maybe both, because the whispers are getting louder, and now they follow me even in waking hours. I hear them in the shower, in the engine hum of my car, in the silence between breaths, and last night, in my own voice, repeating the same phrase over and over again. You left him behind. The rain didn't stop. It poured relentlessly, drumming a slow, steady rhythm on the roof of the rest stop where I sat, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. Outside, the world was washed clean by the storm, or so it seemed. But inside me, the storm was just beginning. That parchment on my windshield burned in my pocket like a curse. I unfolded it carefully, the rough edges catching against my fingertips. The seal was drawn in ink so dark it almost swallowed the light from my flashlight. Every line precise, every curve deliberate, like someone who had memorized the symbol, who understood its power. Below the drawing were words I didn't recognize at first, but the more I stared, the more the strange script began to twist and shift, rearranging itself into English, as if the parchment itself was alive, willing me to understand. It read, "Keeper, the time phrase, return or be consumed." The phrase echoed in my mind, slow and heavy. The weight of it settled deep in my bones. Return to Fort Niagara. The very thought made my stomach turn. I wanted to run, to drive farther, disappear into the endless rain, and forget this nightmare ever touched me. But I knew I had to go back, because whatever was beneath that fort, whatever Thornley and the others were trying to keep locked away, It wasn't just history. It was alive, and it had found me. The memories pressed closer now, surfacing in every quiet moment. I'd catch myself staring at my hands, wondering if they still bore the marks of the ritual, wondering if the man in the red coat was still hiding inside me, waiting for the moment to slip free. Sleep was impossible. When exhaustion finally dragged me down, the dreams came flooding back, vivid and merciless. I was back in 1813, standing shoulder to shoulder with soldiers drenched in cold sweat and blood. The air was thick with smoke and fear. I could hear the crack of musket fire, the screams of the dying, the desperate prayers whispered between clenched teeth. But then, above the chaos, the sky darkened unnaturally. A storm unlike any I'd ever seen rolled in, thunder booming like the drums of war themselves. And beneath the fort, the earth cracked open. From the darkness beneath, a light flickered, not warm or inviting, but cold and sickly, like the last breath of a dying star. And through that light, they came. Figures cloaked in shadow, faces hidden behind shattered helmets. Their eyes glowed faintly, burning with an ancient hunger. One stepped forward. Captain Thornley. His voice was a rasp, barely more than a whisper, but it cut through the storm. Keeper, the gate will open. We need you. I woke with a start, heart pounding as rain hammered the roof. Was it a warning? A plea? Or a trap? I didn't know, but I couldn't ignore it. That night, I packed what little I had left, some clothes, the strange parchment, and my flashlight with the flickering bulb. I left a note on the windshield for the motel clerk, a simple apology and an explanation I couldn't bring myself to write. I drove through the night, rain blurring the highway lines, until everything was nothing but streaks of light and shadow. As I approached Fort Niagara, the air changed. It thickened, charged, heavy with something ancient and watching. The familiar silhouette of the fort emerged through the mist, standing proud and silent against the darkened sky. But something was wrong. The gate, that stone door beneath the chapel, was glowing faintly. A pale blue light seeped from the cracks between the stones, pulsing like a heartbeat. I parked my car at the edge of the parking lot, the rain soaking through my clothes instantly. The closer I got, the louder the whispers became. Not voices this time, more like a hum, a vibration beneath my skin. The seal was breaking, and whatever was behind it wanted out. I reached the chapel's basement entrance. My hands trembled as I grasped the iron handle. I hesitated. This was it, the moment I'd been dreading and waiting for. I pulled the door open, and a rush of cold air hit me like a wave. The tunnel below was darker than any night without stars. The blue light flickered along the walls, casting shadows that writhed and twisted. I stepped inside. The whispers swelled into a roar, and somewhere deep beneath the earth, the phantom soldier waited. The tunnel swallowed me whole. The wet stone walls closed in as I descended deeper, the pulse of that pale blue light guiding me like a heartbeat, steady and unrelenting. The whispers had become voices now, low and urgent, echoing off the damp surfaces. A chorus of soldiers, lost in time, trapped between worlds. I could feel them pressing close, their breath cold on the back of my neck, their eyes unseen but burning into my skin. My boots splashed softly in the shallow water, pooling beneath me. Each step echoed, slow and measured, like the march of ghosts. Then I saw him, the soldier. Not a shadow this time, solid and real, but somehow different. His uniform was torn and stained, faded beyond recognition, but unmistakably from the War of 1812. His face was pale, almost translucent, his eyes deep wells of sorrow and rage. He looked at me with a piercing intensity, not accusing, but desperate. His lips moved, but no sound came. Instead, I heard the words in my mind. "You left me behind." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "I didn't have a choice," I whispered. He stepped forward, his form flickering like a flame in the wind. "The seal is breaking because the key left. The gate opens and we are free. But so is the darkness. You must decide." The tunnel seemed to tremble, stones shifting beneath my feet. Behind him, the walls cracked open, revealing a chasm of swirling shadows, a void that pulsed with hungry, terrible life. I could feel it reaching out, a darkness eager to consume, to unmake the world above. I realized then what the parchment meant: return or be consumed. I stood frozen, torn between the weight of the past and the terror of the unknown. The soldier's eyes bore into mine, pleading, "Will you seal it once more, or let the shadows walk free?" Time stretched thin. A single moment stretched to eternity. I took a breath and stepped forward, stepped forward, stepped forward, stepped forward, stepped